mereka sekarang jadi bikinnya short, karena short itu soalnya banyak subscriber. Hmm. Sebelum ini sih kita main dulu ini ya. Selesaiin dulu yang dailies. Hmm. Ah, shit, salah. One more. Lagi. Ba't dito sila?
chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment. I'll fetch the tickets. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats! Thanks, Lenny!
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny. Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down. Uh... Uh... Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still, it's kinda awkward if we don't say anything. Oh, you little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So, let's talk, but, what should we talk about? Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Neuvillette? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Neuvillette is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later, otherwise she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before! Oh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something true. truly extraordinary. Don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Huh?
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't see him do anything! Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just... The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have So, for my next trick, I will... Please, if my assistant... There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the... I'm sure many of our clever audience... Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. Now please,
Wow! How's he gonna... Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks? Or does Lenny have actual...
The lucky audience member will be generated by this. It selects numbers in... Now then, let's begin. Let me see... Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside... I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up.
Oh,
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch-black box, so I'll be Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Come on, repeat after...
60! 59! 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going.
54, 53, 52. Why aren't you counting them?
I am counting in my head. I think things merely a consequence of my identity.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that
40, 39, 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there?
Yes, I'm fine. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, midair right above...
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't see... Ah! What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, that's...
25!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney?
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black.
Never mind the decorations. They're...
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show...
19!
It seems things aren't quite going as... It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be 10 seconds and change is...
10!
Almost there now.
8!
Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? Nope, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
What happened? Is this part of the... Mr. Linney, you're going to use...
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was...
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in...
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if...
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of... Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the... Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have... It appears that this incident was not merely... And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial...
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances.
Huh? Why me?
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? Now that I think about it, that whole...
That can't be right. He was in the box on the stage the entire time. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr...
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formal...
But what Lady Farina said just now...
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover...
I mean, of course, that's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Linny. But with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But so, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser.
It wasn't a...
I understand. Charges have now been prepped. Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic... Are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases, and Linney and his troupe are all... The audience may begin to leave in an
A day isn't that long. Let's see.
Linny!
Sorry about everything that happened just now.
Of course!
Yeah, I'm a little... I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me. I understand. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. I don't know whether what happened there on this... As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate! As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city. Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them.
I think they look cute on...
You have good taste, Lynette!
That's the right attitude. But with the guards watch, good thing you agreed to be our attorney.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave... Oh, since we're going to start...
Ah, well... I'm afraid...
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. Tis truly a pity. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then we should go somewhere else.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the... Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina meant.
Huh?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cowell. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, the assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the... As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowell inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnic. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally...
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but I know there's no such thing as magic. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that... Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourself. Go ahead, have a look around.
Oh, the seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the Sure, it's not like her name is Halsey. She's a painter from... Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling... The Magic Troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearance.
Were the victims of previous cases?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young...
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. It is of utmost...
So this is the rope that... The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Look! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material... Wait! Paimon...
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them? That'll be...
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting...
That much...
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny. Linny's magic
I see that you're investigating the area. If you find any new and interesting...
We don't have to... The Thud?
Yes, exactly. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath. So no one... I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope.
But wasn't the noise we heard too...
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
That does...
Linny's still talking to the guard. I think someone... Lenny's still talking to the guy. I think someone...
Hey, you! Yes, both of you!
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down...
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call...
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus, Demoiselle's various daily needs.
Huh?
Well, I am the second generation president.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you
No need. You don't have to...
Okay.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. Judging from the look of things...
Really? We think so, but how did...
Intuition, naturally. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever. But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to...
Sounds more like you just don't...
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that... All right, I've answered your question. Now...
Wait a minute!
Well, I say it does. But in your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an...
Well...
And why would that be?
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on state, and if that can be done...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Now, I need to make some preparations.
Wait! Since when did we become
Oh, well, I can be the assistant.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that you wish to save a...
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got...
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparation.
Speaking of that...
I can see that. Maybe I should try to learn some magic.
You need not worry about such things,
Oh.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or...
No, we're not leaving. Were you always guarding this?
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone cut. So the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point. I doubt there was much...
How can you be...
Well, because I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was... But still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the... We Melusines are...
So, it's safe to say that... All right, thank you for your help. This will be useful info. We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my...
You may spare the pleasantries.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm must be in a Dirosula. Guardian Angel. Sorry. And these are my companions. Would you mind?
Oh, new helpers? I would be most... grateful.
Well, let's just...
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there... Oh.
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it?
Very good indeed. I thought you might not. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you... Exactly. All right, let's go.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right up. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the truck.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in.
I see. So...
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley.
So that's how you...
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already...
Right! You were talking that whole time...
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the
And what about Lynette?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting.
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Lynette would briefly walk, and then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing... And yet, to think that's... Could we have a look around?
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick.
Whatever it is.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you... And here's a broken vase!
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit...
Let's note this down too and think about it later. What is this place?
It seems someone could...
Alone, perhaps. But if they...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon right...
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience. Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right! And do you really need... Ugh, this is so confusing. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out.
Apologies for the wait.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal...
They believe the odds of that. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then! You know, like the kind you...
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance...
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial.
That's right. This is how a trial... That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorney... To put it simply...
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the...
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides?
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of...
Huh?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if...
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, whoa!
Of course. I just hope you...
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together. I mean, what better way to...
Huh. Breaking out, so... Just kidding!
What do you mean, no snacks?
Huh?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs when...
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at...
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment.
These three are quite the And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, but you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging...
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting your fancy...
Well, I don't think it's carved. Don't underestimate beating egg weights. Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for...
Only 3...
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be...
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is demoiselle... No need for concern.
All right, then. However, we can assume that Linny and the magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel. Resulting in the shattering of... Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she...
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real...
True. None of the clues we found thus far, but the only people left to consider are...
Huh. Could Halsey have...
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guards said...
From the sound of things, this is turning in... Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty, after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5?
Please don't worry about it. At my...
No! Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they...
All right, we get it. Maloose, set up the stove.
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really...
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to... I don't know what... It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for...
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find it.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. Do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did...
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? That was to be expected, of course. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed.
Since both parties are present, firstly, in order for the audience to understand the...
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that, you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began.
Yes, that's correct.
In that case, I call upon the
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cow.
That is simply your hypothesis.
Oh, is that so?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built...
And you didn't hear anything?
No.
I see. But when the count reached 30...
Huh?
Hey, hang up.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise.
I was right by the box and I
Look at those scales. Could those...
Well, ladies and of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually—
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did.
So the serial disappearances were the
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage
That's irrelevant. Our identities—
Indeed. Then perhaps you could— Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting in distress. I suppose. Good thing I made all those preparations.
Hey, Linny!
Order! Order! Miss, first, when are these Please answer my—
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary?
The defendant deceived their own—
Order! Order! Your request is reasonable.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? In that case, my dear odd—
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think— I'm sorry.
Yeah. Paimon we based our entire reasoning on the assumption not to set the wrong tone or anything.
I'm very sorry. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before, but our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different
Right now, we want to save people.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might— I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, that's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some detail. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, you met a Fatus who works as a magician, but still, I'm asking you to trust me.
Sorry.
Well, you both say that, but... Right, let's hear you—
Of course. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know— During our investigations, we learned that from that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick.
Is that why you needed a whole—
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to— So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in—
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute—
Well, nothing. As soon as— Which should have been impossible, of course. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground. But the countdown was— After that—
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can—
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of— But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do—
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a—
The current problem is that the scales are tipped. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need— Huh?
Let's roll!
Attaboy!
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue
That took long enough. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective. As the countdown began, he entered. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey. He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent other. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, so Linney proceeded to knock him out too before stuff. Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it.
Does the defendant's side have any
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. Seems that... Lenny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath. Lenny went to the room that contains the aura. According to Lenny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that alter-
Attention! When the countdown started, Lenny did did indeed go into, but he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, finally he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent!
In other words, you believe that—
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to— Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case.
Oh,
That's right, you tell him! And, oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you. Of course I do. If he had— You're saying that he wasn't?
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the— This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already— The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become—
What? To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Could there have been a third person involved? Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to—
That can't be.
Oh!
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be Linny was not in the tunnel at that. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so no one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So where would the deceased's name is Cowell? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. The deceased's name is Cowell. No one entered or left. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. Linny was not in the tunnel at that. It would have been tough for both. Linny was not in the tunnel at that. The sound we heard may have come from. The deceased's name is No one entered or left. The deceased's name is The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing. It would have been tough for both people to. No one entered or. Linny was not in the tunnel. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear. It would have been tough for both people. Halsey's clothing was in the.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble?
Look, since we're at a dead end, just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and and it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Excuse my interruption, dear.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come from a. The deceased's name is Cowell. No one entered or left. Halsey's clothing was in the. The vase was not broken by. It would have been tough for both people. The vase was not broken by chance.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving. If there's a similar method.
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This... Must we really? I should think magic tricks are ultimately just illusion.
Even so, the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention, but given that we aren't making much progress with the case,
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their...
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal...
We are still examining the items, but we discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are...
the primordials.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword... One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese. Along with the notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is... in fact...
You've got to be kidding!
Could something so ridiculous...
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy.
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just try...
Order! Order! It is undeniable that Still, guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence.
Of course. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated...
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the...
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was in... The deceased's name is Cowell. The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire... I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that... The deceased's name is Cowell. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire... Now it seems like the hook rope was...
It's Ace Detective in the original plan. Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number selector, when the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would... Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by... But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank.
That actually links to...
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I...
Now, It seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the—
On that note, the guards have I shall now invite him on stage.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's—
What?
That can't be.
Does this not, my dear citizen? Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene, having made modifications to the props beforehand. His accomplice Cowell then left upon his return in cruel avarice. Linny desired so ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became— Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, am I right?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. Is this the end of the—
Oh no! Seems using the water.
I think we've all seen, and I believe this is indeed— Now then, my good.
Excuse me, everyone.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little— I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. What?
No offense, miss, but miracle—
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth, but once everyone believes the illusion. Can't magic reveal the truth? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous— Come on, Linny and Lynette, give it another go. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show—
I understand.
And voila!
Wait, isn't that Halsey?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And that... Where should I begin? Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me.
Hey! No wonder you look familiar. Liddy even mentioned that you were—
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number— He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked— So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take— There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing— I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the—
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be—
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire— The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened. The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between... Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she...
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of... Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud. Hearing the commotion, Cowl leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was mistakenly believing that the two broke the with no way of escaping. She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our nose.
At this point, all the events that happened...
so...
Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina. Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add...
What? No, I have no...
Wow.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, the actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowl, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-select to cover up any evidence while committing the deed. Cowl thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop, and he poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box, and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowl entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box. And thus, Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house. From this reconstruction of events, while there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should this case at least can be handed over. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not...
Great work. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the...
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake.
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you. I'm sure you know what you must.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a...
We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best—
And now that your plan, therefore you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek—
Yes! Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
And now he can no longer—
Such ruthlessness.
An outrageous. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now, but still. Let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even up, I guess. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like... That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, back when our parents first died, to survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to... I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next... Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished...
So you went from orphans?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to... But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social...
That doesn't seem too bad either.
After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same... I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked. The answer he gave me was... She caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean...
Oh no. But what if Fontaine...
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care. And they have their ways of... I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person. All I saw...
So, she'd already taken care of...
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls. Father, the Knave, might have seen something in me, and so... The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, I was hesitant to trust her. I had just been... But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the...
She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to...
So, she...
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water. Thus, all of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets, to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the house, if you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me.
Bye, Lenny!
Into the wind.
Time to go. Cut!
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us now?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of bread.
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. Sorry.
Don't say that now.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire. Sorry. Wait, shall we have a farewell?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Well, I'd just like to have a Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too...
You don't have to...
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't...
All right, then.
Time to go.
Everyone hold hands.
Hello.
Look how lame Ammonia's idea of
I've never seen anything like it.
should be fine.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case...
Ooh, everything looks so good.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's...
And if it's...
Well,
Yeah. Oh, we called this a farewell meal.
Oh, true. Very true.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean... Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the...
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that
If it hadn't happened right in front of us...
Right? Yet it was
If only that guy could have finished speaking!
In such investigations, even the smallest step... To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a break, which is exactly why the those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. It's all right. Well, let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it
I see. I've heard that there's a long line of people.
Yeah. Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
Could you...
All right, I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Valid point. All right, no. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations.
You mean that if we catch her up, why don't we give it a try after this meal?
Huh? Paimon.
Was...
No, it's fine.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fontaine anyway. It tastes kinda salty.
Is that so? If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're... Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Can't you see Paimon's bare...
Okay.
Hey, Navia! What are you doing?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again.
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. In any case, see ya!
If you want tea or water, just help yourself.
The key ingredients in fine dining.
If you want tea or water, just help yourself.
I'm so annoyed.
People around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to air...
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Vache?
Hey, why are you still walking? Huh? Hang on. Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache, are you... my dear... No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Wait. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water. And I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly... But now... No! The thought of me gives him no succor. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness. If only I could have comforted him. Is that what you call it? It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go. Farewell then.
Look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chance! I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so...
I followed you. It seemed to me...
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is...
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak!
Sorry, demoiselle. I would...
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech.
Sorry, I did not consider your...
Whatever. What else do you know?
I doubt I know much more than you. But I believe that the mastermind... Your performance tonight will almost certainly...
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy...
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula?
Yes. Be careful.
I will continue investigating. No... Regardless... Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was...
I know, I just... She's...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were... Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious. Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there.
Oh, come now. Forget all that as such.
It will take 50...
If it were me, I...
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger?
Well, to be honest, you're...
Huh? Really?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing... After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases that the Fonta tasted kinda salty and icky. Fonta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall.
So the Fonta had been spiked with water?
Yes. So, if...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as...
Huh! Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever did this left... That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us, too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name!
Well, you did... Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when...
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the Traveler fainted just... Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too! But it was real faint. Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While...
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least... But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Yes, thank you. This is very important information. Oh, you...
Well, you did. And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased.
You talk too much. Well, in that, we also have some plans to go...
Don't worry, you two.
We're...
Dad asked...
Exactly.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone.
Very...
I shall find room.
Thank you, Malus. Now...
Adventuring underground is way more fun than I thought.
Want to outrun the law, you need to know how it works.
Finally on the right path. It's taking us.
But my research had so much potential.
Adventuring underground is way more fun than I thought. I wonder who this gift could be from.
One with Nate.
So, this is your base?
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstance...
Well, after all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering.
Seems like it's tough.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge of...
Your father...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me...
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic. My father's name is Callus. Yes, 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor.
Oh no?
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender. 3, how could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, the closest piece of info I have.
So
That's right. However, I believe that I must know what really happened. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to him. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a
Demoiselle.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet even our supporters decreased greatly due to that.
Wait! If Callus was such a good man...
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf.
But Alfred... never mind. If Callus was really
There is one other.
Oh! Her? Well, then... isn't that as good? Yeah. That's not the sort of thing that you...
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly there was...
It's not...
Don't worry, Navia.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our
Oh, Papa. All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Thanks.
Yeah!
Please, relax and get some sleep. Whether it be this won't do.
Just say what you mean. Problems too big to solve.
Parts. It's taking us.
But my research had so much potential.
Time to go.
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them, but never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while.
Wait, so...
How could I?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking.
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this. No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible, and that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on if the Oceanid you met is one of the young...
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case file? In that case, let's go...
No. The Palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Let's roll!
Halt! Please state your business here. The chief This place...
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care.
See? They've got great...
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is...
Oh, yes.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a... Of course. Don't worry. We're...
All right then, I'll let you through. The chief just...
thank...
These newcomers are full of...
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler?
Is that so?
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was...
And what are you trying to say? Are you trying to console me? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a... You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel... In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. There are still so many things I know. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes.
I'm sorry.
You and my father are truly alike. It's not so much that you can't feel. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows my apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Sylvia...
I'm fine.
You're right.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder,
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why, that thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the...
I really think I found a true genius for... All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new leak...
Yeah, we're gonna...
Do you want to go with me now? All right, then I'll wait.
Can't catch me. The sky is clear and the sun is shining. Time to get the Oni Kabuto out for some training. Come on, little guy, let's go. The sky is clear and the sun is shining. Time to get the Oni Kabuto out. For some training. Come on, little guy, let's go.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
Arataki numero uno Ito here in the flesh. Ha ha!
Okay, I'm back to work. Please take your seats. It's time for our merry departure. This Aquabus tour is bound for Romaritime Station, and I'm your tour guide, Aval. I'm here to tell you all about the amazing scenery we'll pass by on the Clementine line. Even though I'm not an expert tour guide, when it comes to interesting stories and important places in Fontaine, I definitely know a thing or two. I hope that my commentary will give you a newfound appreciation for this nation, and that you'll be inspired to visit every corner of Fontaine, just like Alphen was. passengers. If you look into the distance, you'll see Elinas, large as a mountain. The hometown of us Melusines, Marcy Village, is right over there. There's a story about our hometown that I really liked growing up. The legends say that long ago, Elinas came to Fontaine and asked the people, "Is there anything I can do?" At the time, we Melusines were super tiny, and our hands were even smaller. And we were so sad that we couldn't build houses like everyone else. So the people said in unison, "Then why don't you become the home of the Melusines?" And thus Elinas just rolled over right there and poof! It's been a few hundred years since then. When you think about it, everyone in Fontaine and Elinas really is gentle and kind. Okay, our boat is now passing through Poisson Tunnel. It's said that to deal with the crisis of the Second Diluvian period, some people thought about using the tunnel boring tech to hollow out the mountain and build a city inside. But if the water covered the mountain, wouldn't the people inside suffocate? Or were they going to build a super tall tower to breathe through? A tower like that would need to be super duper huge and really strong. Even with all the engineers and workers in the country, it would take hundreds of years to finish the work. So that plan definitely wouldn't work. Of our lines likes to say, we Aquabus tour guides carry a huge responsibility. Lots of tourists have no idea which shops are worth going to or what local specialties are worth buying. It's up to us to fill them in. If we tour guides do a good job, then everyone in the court of Fontaine will earn a bunch more mora. It really motivates me when I think of how my work can have a positive influence on other people's lives. Even if there aren't many passengers, and even if I don't actually have that many stories to share, as long as I persist, the results will definitely come with time. I see everything. Ding, ding, ding! Welcome to Romaritime Station, where this tour ends. Thank you for riding with us today, and if you have any suggestions or feedback, please write a letter to the tour operator. Sometimes the letters will be forwarded to me, and I'll read every single one carefully. Then, the next time you ride the Clementine line, I'll definitely provide even better commentary. And maybe, if I get enough have good ratings, I'll get a bonus. And then I can treat Elfan to a huge meal. Then when you ride the Navia line, you'll meet an even happier Elfan. If you're not sure what to do next, how about I take you on a walk? Everyone hold hands! Yeah. Hey! Hold the line!
Into the wind!
Attaboy! Okay.
Allow me! Yeah!
Hello, free money. Goodbye, working for a living.
The wind knows me.
I see everything. Curiosity deserves a reward. Everyone hold hands!
One with nature.
Uphill battle!
Everyone hold hands!
Bam! I'm on a roll. Woohoo! Can't catch me! Can't catch me! Can't catch me!
Grow! Hold the line!
The wind knows me.
Attaboy! Can't catch me! Hello, free money. Goodbye, working for a living.
Bam!
Can't catch me!
Committed to memory.
One with nature. The wind knows me.
Hello, free money. Goodbye, working.
Into the wind. The wind rises. Behold!
Can't catch me!
One with nature.
Can't catch me! Hello, free money. Goodbye, working for a living.
Wind Strider! Into the wind! Follow the wind!
Whoa! What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. Well, my father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself?
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's important to inspect your regularly. I got plenty of spare more left.
Can't catch me!
apologies for the wait. You said before that you still had some...
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You still remember, right, Malus?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call...
Could you tell us a bit more about...
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your...
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could...
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is... If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as... And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety, while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous... As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath. But not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate... The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned... But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene.
Huh?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some... But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belonged to a third person at the scene. With one extra person...
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells...
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlike... I think this third... On that note, however... Even though this will not please you, demoiselle, our opponent is in... Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both...
If that's indeed what he wished for, was I not the closest person to him? What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect any? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely... Did he think I'd just accept his meaning? I've never accepted that. Ever. I want to find out the real answer for every...
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before... But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle...
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he... And the serial disappearances... 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side. And even but as long as you remain... If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side...
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared...
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the
So he chose to die?
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me, I'm sure he...
No. He might have set up everything precisely because... Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am? Yeah. I suppose, but thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. And, Malus, what was the key evidence?
It's the location where Synth is when he was threatening the enemy, boss did. But if you want to use it against the enemy...
Why? If we know where the place is...
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious... There's no telling what might be, but a single visit to their headquarters would be... The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed.
Then, in that case, why not...
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case.
Huh. That's true. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected...
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But consider...
Thank you for all of that, Malus.
Let me think. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to... If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. After several rounds of testing and investigation... The first is Florent, Spina de Rosula's senior...
Huh?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most. Which also means that he was someone who understood. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, there's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its... In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods.
So, they're like a sister?
Yes, you can say that. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their...
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between... Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report, since Thierry...
I see. To think that the...
If you want to...
Of course.
You're too kind. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in... If it might help, you could also...
Aw, thank you so much.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together.
It is settled, then.
Thank you for arranging it.
Excuse me, miss.
Oh.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her...
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula...
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques?
You don't understand.
I didn't know how to face you. I know. Oh.
I'm sorry. On the matter regarding my husband...
Would you mind sharing it with me?
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times he had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even...
They found out...
Papa didn't say that exactly.
But before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us. I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's... Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great... even if he fired the shot that...
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a...
Well, things aren't always...
Yeah.
Then you should hold on to that, regardless of what...
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very... Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think that's...
I'll leave my husband.
Thank you. Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florence should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself...
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what...
Yeah, I've heard.
It also reminded me, on the day that... After my partner here put the dots together for me, can you do me a favor and try to recall...
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So, after that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear too? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So, I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already...
So you also remember...
Indeed. The guards said that the first shot didn't hit anyone. While the reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure... But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on... About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a...
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also... The gun he was holding? Probably...
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he... But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine. And chose instead to... Did he lose all faith in the courts?
About that, Malouse told me a thing or two. I'll tell you everything.
I understand. And if I may just say, many people have left, but it was Mr. Callus's, no matter what others might say.
Don't worry. You and all of... Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what?
Oh, so you...
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a...
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Callus did a fantastic job running the town. Buildings... It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy... Anyway, enough chit-chat.
Yes. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case, and my father's, may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without... Why do you ask?
Well, you see, just recently. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Then you think too. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. So I can promise you, they're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, jokes aside, I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so...
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel.
Sure. I will...
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes,
Oh!
that's right. I also witnessed your to beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf. I can already imagine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't...
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is.
Uncle Marcel...
Yes,
Exactly.
Oh, and...
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also... If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Alas. But rest assured, if anyone dares to lay their hands on you...
Thank you, Uncle Do you have any new
About that. Sorry, the confrérie was responsible for that banquet. So I was out and about the whole time. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot.
Oh, it's okay. No need to...
Sounds good. Just all my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Can't catch me!
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. Anyway, even...
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Florent mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of—
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder.
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father. Makes sense. But besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd—
Given everything that's happened since, but who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Uncle Marcel? And with funds from the Confrérie, he could— It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business? Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert, but I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out.
Florent? It is true, but as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. Who could it be? You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other—
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness, the suspect is knowledgeable about the— Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the—
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus.
Wasn't that place built specifically
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui Harbinger called—
What?
Yeah, we know—
Well, he's been accused of being the—
Wait, how?
That's what I thought was strange about it. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigation.
Right. Because they'll—
Yeah. And it'll be all—
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still have— Split up? What do you mean? Since this... You're right. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to...
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard. It's our hope that...
See you then! Now that Navia has set out for Aranias, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Rest and rebuild!
One with nature.
Hello, free money. Goodbye, working for a living. Can't catch me!
Just need to have patience. Stay strong.
So close, so close! Stay cool!
I just need to have patience.
Stay strong.
Whew, that was a tough fight. Let's move out. Move out. This is the thrill of adventure.
The wind knows it. Let's roll!
Find anything you like? Let's move out. Provisions are vital. According to Malusa's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance. Everyone hold hands.
Into the wind. Follow the wind. Time to go.
So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. Ah, you're right. Navia's probably...
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel, in which case, as long as I accept the charge, I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back.
Hey! Don't you understand?
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to... Then why don't you duel me too?
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant... In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again.
That case had nothing to... Huh? What's... Why?
I told you it...
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings, but that was an exception rather than standard court.
Oh, please. Did you... We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove...
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear... So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia.
That person... Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières! Huh? What
I've heard of them, but weren't they...
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, and if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances...
Yes.
In that case, I declare members of the guard. Mr. Marcel.
Apologies. I think an attorney won't be necessary.
Very well. In that case, since both sides...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years only through elucidating.
Navia, do you... Come on. Why would I do that? Callus was... If that's enough to make me a
I think there's no point in getting into the Exactly correct, Your Honor.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by... During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, the suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarence. These are the known facts about...
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, in truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all trace... Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. However, we should revisit the case now that we... The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit... A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques, but now it is clear that the clothes... Since it was raining that day... This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe
So that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something is
What a great theory. It also explains...
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just...
Then, may I ask some questions? 1. Do you have the...
I'm a... Boo! I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a... we should be able to... Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all
That makes sense to me. Monsieur...
Why do I feel like...
Maybe she's scared of him.
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been...
I thought about this too. And the answer is actually the dissolving power of water from the primordial sea. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but at that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits. What was certain, however, was that...
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter, but what good would that do? How can had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its... But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our... I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge... So... That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need. I don't need your apology, your guilt, but since he entrusted his will to you...
so...
As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number in my line of work. I've seen all kinds of people give their all for just one look, and I can tell if a duelist... I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never...
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained...
Right? What she said was fascinating.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the series?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of time. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if, coincidentally, Marcel attended...
So that's why you suspected me. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive...
No need to appeal.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, on top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the...
Know what she can...
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation? But if I were to dismiss... Do you know what the biggest...
I suppose you're gonna tell me...
It's timing. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no... In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only But the disappearances began before I ever stepped...
I do apologize.
No.
Is there anything else you'd like to... You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the
Seems like she got... At this rate, Navia will be convicted for...
I think you've done a superb job, but aren't you going against all... He wished for you to... Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong...
This isn't just about me. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still... The people whose families were destroyed by sin... Many people's images are... And whose image... Is it a man? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say...
I was waiting for you.
Allow me! Everyone hold hands!
One with nature.
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place. Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up. The water level is rising! Now we can swim to the top! But this is still a ways away from where we need to go. I see everything!
The range knows me.
Bam! Ha! Ha!
Rest and rebuild!
Into the wind.
Everyone hold hands!
Let's roll! Who wants some of this? Ha!
Hey! Rest and rebuild!
One with nature.
Bam!
I see everything!
Attaboy! Don't underestimate the beetle. They can be some of the toughest little guys around. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Want to know what's on this beetle's diet? Sweat and tears, that's what. That's how it gets stronger. I think we can all learn something from that. Best flavor in the world? The sweet, sweet taste of victory. And that's why I've never spent a single more on any of my snacks. I've won them all fair and square. That's right. Don't underestimate the beetle. They can be some of the toughest little guys around. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Want to know what's on this beetle's diet? Sweat and tears, that's what. That's how it gets stronger. I think we can all learn something from that.
After all, though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That... What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but... Huh? You mean the girls from... And then... They were... And all the boxes of things. These names... Let's see what's written. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to... the third person, right? We still have the old dog's a real menace. He can act when I concur. Let's send some... Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the... Mixing in prog... Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep! What's this over here? Looks like some kind of experiment number... The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why... Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vacher is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vacher was... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people... In any... Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water! That means this is where they make all this... If you dilute it with... Paimon will take... We've looked at almost everything Yeah, we haven't found anything that... No wonder even Neuvillette was that way. Even if we bring all this back to the opera... Sure thing. You take that side! Ugh. Nothing at all! And Paimon can't even find snacks either! Whoa, really? Let Paimon see! Vinier. Isn't that Vacher's love? Then... Aw... It's just a normal diary. So many! The final name she... Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old.
And whose image? Is it a man? Oh.
I was Navia! We're back! As expected of my—
Just how often?
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence...
But the truth of it, Marcel.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair after your lover, Vignier, was dissolved. You kept abducting young women to You even created Marcel as a new identity.
So that's it. And with that,
This information regarding your past also dismantled— Well, Marcel, you fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, so you never noticed how—
You also never understood, Bob.
For our determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like.
Do you think? Pay attention to you. What for? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, they said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone, well, now you know, don't you? Ha! You only have yourselves to blame. Vignier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, but I'm not from this blasted place.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve. Do you all see? I did all of that. I spent my entire—
The suspect is exhibiting—
Don't touch me! Don't anybody— Vignier, please!
At this point, the verdict—
Fine by me.
Traveler, please— The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover, Vignier. During an underwater expedition, Vignier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund after exchanging, although the assassin and just recent, however, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became. Thus concludes the oratrice will. According to the judgment of the orator, guilty.
guards, take the—
Good. It's—
With that.
We really just—
Wait, he's heard so many— Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were
A day hour late, Bob.
Yeah.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrong. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way,
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now?
According to court—
Oh, come on. Is this—
Please respect the laws of Fontaine.
all right, but this sure is a lot—
Through evidence presented in the guilty party has— We now turn to the— According to the guilty—
What?
Hey! That's what's with this verdict?
Huh? This has never happened before.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal is Guards, please.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
He's activating his spell legacy!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on?
Apologies. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
I don't...
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she...
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not?
My dearest, don't tell me.
But the way she looked just now, it was...
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an and. Of course, for every performance there. If you thought child had nothing to do with everything, all shall... Now, having said that, although I hate...
So she chose to
So you're saying we should...
She probably just put on that performance to save face. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity.
All right. After all... Oh, most...
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing?
Stop resisting!
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. I erased all records of that.
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You... The Fountain of Lucine? Then... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler...
What? Give an inch and you want to take a...
Paimon agreed...
This request...
Of course!
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to... Very well.
Your Honor,
I will go with him.
Thank you.
Oke deh, sampai di sini dulu. Karena saya harus makan. Udah jam segini. Udah main dari pagi. nggak nemenin si Anam. Kali ada tugasan. Sakit ya? Hah? Sakit tuh. Apa di apa? Aku nggak tahu kemarin kaki gue bengkak. Kemarin kan gue kerja kan sampai sore kan sampai malam. Kaki gue bengkak. Ya kerjaan ya. Iya makanya justru karena kelamaan duduk. Bener-bener bengkak. Gue pikir gue bukan kelenjar kelenjar getah bening atau apa. Tapi lama kelamaan waktu gue jalan, gue pegangin. Iya.
Batak, kakinya. Itu nggak aren?
Nggak sih, nggak dikasih batak.
Biar tinggi dari badan.
Si Dedi dia udah tidur bangun pagi. Gue sekarang kalau udah bangun pagi gue udah nggak mau tidur lagi.
Can't catch me.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah.
Vache.
Ah!
Yes, that's it. So.
Vinier, it's me.
Vache.
I'm here.
Hey, wait! Be careful.
Vinier, is that you?
Vache. You.
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since all this time. I must be true. Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could...
But Vache...
What are you saying?
If not for you, it's all because...
You... Wait, you are not Vinier. Who are you?
You're right. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea. I'm Cressy, the only one.
Why? But then...
She doesn't want to see you anymore. This is what you get for your... But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the thing? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you... From the moment you're...
Iya sih, gue ngomong ke Dedi kalau misalkan mau sama Sarah itu aja soal bakalan itu beberapa tempat gue rencananya ke tempat servis, terus ke optik, terus udah gitu ke Jakarta.
No!
You still don't understand. But on top of that, she said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you. Vache. Vache? Vache. 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 Vache.
Tadinya gue mau berangkat abis ini, sebenarnya tidur, gue streaming. Gue bisa streaming. Masalah tadi lu dateng pas lagi event. Seandainya lu dateng 15 menit sebelumnya aja. Ini apa? Gue udah mandi tadi pagi. Lagi event, kalau lagi event nggak bisa di pause. Kalau bisa di pause gue ngulang lagi.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we...
Well met, partner.
Even this weather.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey!
Oh. Everyone from this time.
It's been the...
Oh, by the way, I ran... well...
Huh?
Yeah, I believe the story. To be fair, though, she was trying to leave.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, oh, and...
Oh, are you...
It was thanks to her.
Oh, that's...
Anyway, actually...
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave. And on top of that...
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Sure thing.
And in that case...
Yeah, you're...
Huh? Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies.
Don't...
Sorry about...
Oh, I wanted to show my father how much I've grown, but...
In that case?
In any case...
Well, there was once a time when I didn't want to... Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most... Which is also why I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. But Mr. Callis proved, if not for his Mr. Callis made the and in the end, a justice that's... So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to... This regret is that high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those...
Sorry about that.
Didn't I just...
So now, let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do it? Huh? Oh, no. Anyway, Nervalette is still standing around there. It's not often that we... Well...
Huh?
Hey, traveler! What?
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss No... I see. Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my...
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water?
Truthfully, there used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial.
But today, what Vache discovered must have been some kind of special...
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Nervalette.
Indeed. Why would... To be frank, is there...
So...
Truthfully, there used to be a special sea, most of Tevat's...
Huh.
But today, what Vache discovered must have been some...
Huh.
Indeed. Why would To be frank, is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water. Does that appropriately summarize?
That's right! It was Lenny...
Yes, up to... Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Arc...
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Arc?
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels... Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum.
But with Farina...
Is there anything... My apologies. However... For many years, I have been as a divinely not only can it, which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
Serius? Gua kan waktu lagi datang gitu kan datang nih, buat datangnya sebenarnya dari hari Minggu. Cuman kita nggak dikasih tahu kalau datang udah lama. Dibilangnya nggak ada terus ternyata ada di bawah. Itu hari Selasa tuh. Ternyata ada di bawah, akhirnya kita ambil terus makan terus muncul apa? Cari ternyata iya Pak, ternyata lagi viral si bujuk-bujuk kan meninggal.
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. In any case, I am inclined to, based on Farina's reaction, I doubt it. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, if we did
If you ask Paimon, the only
is there anything your sibling? Another, if she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure is there anything? Very well. It was my aunt. It will soon be time for me to leave. Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
Dia udah berapa tahun gitu kuahnya makan soto Bali. Ada yang 10 tahun itu loh. Bukan 10 tahun bahkan 30 tahun Pak. Ada yang 30 tahun tuh Thailand tapinya. Kalau yang di Pontianak dia udah bertahun-tahun kan, tapi nggak nyampe 10 tahun. Yang di Surabaya itu dia baru 8 tahun.
Alright, huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Tapi yang paling lama yang gue pernah nonton sih ya, katanya di Thailand 30 tahun. 30 tahun gue ada habis. Nah, jadi cuma tambah-tambahin doang.
Everyone hold hands.
The wind knows me.
I wonder who this gift could be from.
Streamingnya selesai.
Soalnya macam ya.